Good morning, good morning. We are heading into court. Let's go. Let's see what today brings. I only started 30 minutes late today.
We have another matter at 2 o'clock. It's just a compliance. I'm going to send it to the judge.
Court, all rise, please.
Are in this courtroom. 20 minutes late, but we're here.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Proceed.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial for matter of Commonwealth Justice Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Knighton. And the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shane Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. All right. Nice to see everyone. You know, I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. So first question is, any member of the jury
today?
read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next question. Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. Again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I want to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right. So I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule today will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Sue Clancy, please.
Grandmother?
Yeah, she should be in the hallway.
Who is this one? Oh, Sue Clancy, Patrick's mother. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Patrick's mother coming to the stand.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could. All right. Counsel.
She got her pocketbook on because she in and out.
Good morning.
The judge said keep your voice up so officers have here as well. Thank you. And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSAN CLANCY.
And what time do you live in?
What type of angle is this today?
And you're married to Chris Clancy.
Yes,
And both you and Chris are mother and father of Pat Clancy.
correct.
And you obviously live in Lindsay.
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home?
Yes.
In Weymouth?
Yes, I
The
did.
sound is terrible
in
today.
Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
Being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, in, let's say, October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
Was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out.
Yes,
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Okay, we're good.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she'd eventually get out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
We have the court audio very low today.
And Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report.
Can you guys hear the sound clearly? Is it loud enough?
The DA's office of the state police.
I feel like their feed is low today.
Where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examined Lindsay's phone and obtained texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if you it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. We'll have to look at all of them, that's for sure. They appear to be texts between you and Lindsay? Mm-hmm. Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Kamal just makes the same objection previously made.
All right. Over the Carmel's objection, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
279.
Thank you very much.
Carmel?
See what they got. Oh, it's not our fave today. It's not our fave today. Let's see what she got.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years. Mm-hmm. And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
Okay. And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
Okay. And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room?
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long. Probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, you went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
Oh my God, this judge. Get him out of here. In the middle of her questioning sidebar? Oh God, he's just too much. In the middle of her questioning, can I see you sidebar? What? Get this judge. Oh my God, this judge, man. He is so annoying. I never seen a judge so interrupt the court so much. I never seen this. This is crazy. Most judges just sit there, do their little overruled, sustained, do their little, okay, I speak to counsel. They come up, all this, come to the side. Oh, I got to talk to them. I got to do this. I'm going to let you go. I got to, like, Jesus. You started late. We're only 8 minutes in. I think that's so inappropriate in the middle of her question.
So, Mrs. Clancy, you came down to the emergency room and you sat with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed, that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? The sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily, and that's all in these texts?
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at Social Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
And her name's Nanette.
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Now, so the evening of the 16th, contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you knew she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Remember, Lindsay said she
Fair to
didn't
say
want them watching
you
her
offered
kids.
and she
Remember
didn't
she said that
want
to
the kids to
doctor.
come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, were they, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved.
Lindsay
in
already said
staying
she
over
didn't
and
want y'all
helping
watching
out.
her kids.
So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own
This
beds.
woman don't like
So
Lindsay.
prior
She's trying to protect her
to
son's lawsuit.
November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
that she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Oh my God!
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
Okay. And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
These witnesses are not helping Lindsay. Oh, Jesus. She told the therapist on the stand. I remember that. She was like, she don't want them watching her kids. This woman just got up here and said she watched the kids. Oh my God.
Now, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine.
Lindsay got a personality disorder for sure. She caused a lot of chaos, a lot of lies.
At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That would be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it, and I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it, and we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do, so should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And on November 30th, November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna try to show on the screen here. She says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
Okay. You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
It wasn't confusing. It was pretty clear. She wasn't over medicated. Don't even try it, Sue. We know you and your son trying to get this lawsuit.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Okay.
Lindsay.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
Okay. And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great
Yes.
and that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here?
What? Wait a minute. What's going on? What just happened? Nurse gang, what is going on? Like, what? Why does the judge keep stopping her too? Like, she's getting with this witness. I don't understand why he's stopping. What is he trying to? What is she getting at? But what is he trying to stop? I think it's inappropriate that he's stopping her mid questioning. That's not, you know. And then the priest is in the church. Remember the judge kind of got upset when she wanted the logs to see when the priest came in and out too. So I hope the judge doesn't have some bias going on. Like maybe he's Catholic, maybe, because I don't know where she's going with it, but she was going. This time she was landing the plane. This is the first time I've seen her question somebody who got shot. So that means that Sue Clancy is not watching this trial every day because, like I said before she even said it, she told the therapist she didn't want them watching her kids, that she wasn't cool with them like that. She said that. So that means they are not watching. Sue is in here solely, you could tell she's not invested in being some witness to help Lindsay get off. She got her pocketbook on. She ready to run out of there. She's in there solely to push this civil case.
All right.
All right,
What
Nurse
that
Gang, we
means
back.
is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose. Okay? All right. Counsel.
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callan home, or excuse me, left Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
Sue, you got to stop.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
And I think-
Lady, you just said you didn't know if she.
All right, Ms. Springton, redirect?
So
Get this woman off the stand, man.
she asked you about options
Get
that
Sue
were
Clancy off the
available to
stand.
Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
Please.
You mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Reddington, you're done.
Come on.
Let's go. Let's go, Commonwealth.
that.
Come on. Oh, Commonwealth didn't come to play today. I'm liking this now.
You're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
But you're aware that she was sent from Women and Infants with actually several options, where it included inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
Nothing further.
May I? One more?
Go ahead. One.
Over.
So,
It's
outpatient
over.
management would include something
Okay?
like July,
It's
right?
over.
Yes.
You know that Women and Infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Come up, anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Every day, it's more and more apparent that Lindsay planned this. The medical providers are not at fault, and she's a liar. Yeah, she ain't hanging around to be support. She's out of there.
This
She
is
want
one of
nothing
those
to do with
spots
Lindsay.
I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury, hopefully just for a short amount of time, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll continue with the evidence. Okay?
All right, please, your next.
Wow. Wow. Every witness they have put on this stand for Lindsay has made her case worse. Worse. And everybody is getting caught in lies. Look at Reddington. He knows it's over. Guilty. And
Members have exited the court. This court's in session. Please be seated.
I appreciate the prosecution for trying to
All right.
back up the medical
Counsel, I know
providers.
that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think that at some point after we talk a little bit, we're going to have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here. And I appreciate everybody's help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that council wanted to introduce through Dr. La Posada. And so I guess, Commonwealth, have you had an opportunity to take a look at these?
Yes,
All
and we are objecting to these
No.
items. Yeah.
All right. And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate, and so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous. There's the diagram we're talking about. The window well, I'm just going to, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest, accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. La Posada. And it shows clearly that, as Your Honor can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house, she's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government,
She
they could
went
raise
down
that on
like
cross.
this.
They could say,
She
well,
didn't
the
go
window
out
well
like
was
that.
really
Stop.
6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant.
And
I
the
think
window
that
was
they
not
are
that close to the ground.
useful
Come
for
on,
a
sir.
jury to be able to review. I
If
did
she would have fell that
copies
high
made
up on her head, her
for
neck
the
would have been
jurors
broken.
and the court, as well as the DAs.
No.
And Dr.
I agree with
Laposada
them.
has it.
Nah, get that
And
out
then
of
I
here.
could go, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual X-ray. Dr. Laposada can compare the injuries.
If Lindsay
talk
would have
about
went
the
out
heart,
head
the,
first and
Jefferson
landed on her head,
fracture.
her neck would have
There's
been
a photograph that shows the blood in the snow.
And she would-
shows the
she
area,
would
and the
have been from the
photograph
neck down.
actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to be slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as we said, the mechanism of the injury that shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1, I can remove 2, and we'll just focus, if you want, on 3
Yeah.
3 through
I
6.
think that goes more towards the doctor's background and kind of what
He's
had been
gonna let
offered
it
in
in,
regards to the her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well, I think, again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right, so I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Not our objection.
and so what we'll do is, objection noted, and then what we'll do is take a
Reddington
short
is
break at this
mad.
point, set up the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right, so just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4,
So is the little
And
picture being, which one
5
was the little
is
picture
the
in the window?
thoracic spine.
Yes, and like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DAs.
Okay, and then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all
Yep.
talking the
5
same.
and 6.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes
Oh man,
can
they
be
should have
made.
showed
We
us the
can,
pictures. I want
set
to
up
see, was the little window with the
for,
head?
the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. Lapasada.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Whoa, we are headed to the chat, nurse gang. Wow. I don't, all the witnesses they have put on for the defense thus far have damaged Lindsay more than helped her. Her mother ravished her. Her sister ravished her. Sue Clancy definitely was not a good witness. And I'm convinced Sue Clancy was only up there because her son has a lawsuit going. Very smart of the prosecution to bring that up. Very smart of her to say, yeah, there's a civil suit going on and your friend, Julie Paul, is the only one not named. The only one not named, and that's not a mistake. You could say but Julie Paul only seen her for a week. She didn't do anything wrong. She still touched meds. She still was a part of the whole situation. She should have been included right along with Gelada and right along with Dr. Tufts. Listen, she put Lindsay on Gelada and said it's because she was leaving the practice, and they did not grill her, which they should have, on when did you actually leave the practice. Now, hear me out clearly. I don't think any of the medical providers did anything wrong. Let's be clear. They were all trying to help this woman, and they overextended themselves too much. And that's how they got in this jam with Lindsay. And they trusted, her being a nurse too much. And I'm going strong with the fact that she played everyone, because the prosecutor just said she didn't get admitted to women and infants. Now we're just hearing this for the first time, that it was self-reported that she was over-medicated. This whole time we've been thinking that women and infants said, well, because your meds are not managed, we can't accept you. We're finding out now it was self-reported by Patrick and Lindsay that she was over-medicated. We're nurses here. We've looked at those med orders. She was never over-medicated because she was never taking any combination of meds that you can't take together. Seroquel and Valium, you can take together. Elavil, Trazodone, Valium, together. She was never over-medicated. Remeron, Elavil, Trazodone. Listen, let's be clear. If you've worked in psychiatry and you've dealt with psychiatric patients, sometimes psych patients could be on 10 to 15 meds a day, and that's just valid. They could be on melatonin for sleep, Trazodone for sleep. They can be on Seroquel and Lamictal. They could be on Zoloft and Zyprexa. They can also have, clonidine in there for anxiety. They can have so many different meds. They could be taking Benadryl for side effects. They could be taking Cogentin too. They could be taking so many medications. So the few that Lindsay was taking, as sick as she was reporting, was not a lot of medication. So we have established she was never over-medicated. She was feeding that to Patrick, and she said that to women and infants, I'm over-medicated, because Lindsay did not want to be in that hospital because she had a plan. Her anxiety was coming from the fact that she was planning. When she went to church on Christmas, and it was so beautiful, because she made peace in her mind with what she was about to do. Like, seriously. And I think the prosecutor was going with murder is a sin, because she was trying to get to, I've been sitting here thinking about this, Nurse Gang. She was trying to say to Sue, you are a devout Catholic. You know murder is a sin. Why are you up here defending this woman who murdered your grandchildren, and you know that she wasn't really trying to get the help, that the resources were there? You're a nurse. Like, let's stop. That's what she was trying to do. But he stopped her right there before she could land that plane. Are the civil suits on television? I don't know. I don't know. And, because this is such a big one, is it gonna be? I don't know. I hope not for the providers. But, justice for those kids who got who lost their lives, who she killed heinously, and justice for the providers whose career she ruined. Because as much as we scream here, because we're all nurses, right? Most of us, I think, I don't know who's in the chat, but I know most of us are nurses. As much as we scream they did nothing wrong, there's millions of people that believe that Dr. Tufts is incompetent, Gelada is incompetent, and that they should not have, they should not be practicing. So we're talking about millions of people. I would consider that being ruined reputation, ruined career, even though it's not true. But once social media gets something going, there's nothing you can do to combat it. So I'm on the side of them. They are victims of Lindsay just as much. And I really appreciate that the prosecutor is trying to, put that out there, like trying to help in whatever way she could, because they're getting sued. Because remember, they were her witnesses, for the stand. So she's throwing out things to try to show there was no negligence here. She was never over-medicated. That was debunked early on. Half of those pill bottles, she wasn't even taking those medications. Big Red has nothing. I mean, he has nothing. His own character witnesses is showing that they really don't know what was going on with Lindsay. They really weren't dealing with her like that. I don't know what the true relationship is with her and these witnesses, but we do know that it came out of her own mouth that she's not cool with Sue Clancy, that she didn't let them watch her kids, and she wasn't close with them like that. Her kids were not staying over. Remember, the father got on the stand and said he offered to help the kids, and they declined. He offered to watch them while she was apparently, you know, like struggling. And so, you know, Sue walked out of there like, because Sue was like, no, I didn't know that. You know, she walked out of there like, this motherfucker. She probably walked out of there, got in her car, called Patrick, like, she understand. You know, she tell her therapist she ain't like us. We over here trying to help her get out of this shit. Oh my, you know she was mad. She probably said, oh, Lindsay strikes again, you know, because that was embarrassing. Yeah, we need someone from Women and Children's to come to the stand. I don't understand why certain witnesses weren't called. Whoever did her intake at Women and Children's needed to be on the stand. They needed to get the telephone operators for these suicide hotline calls. Like, there was, you know, wash away a couple of the cops you had on the stand and get with that. They should have got the nurses and the mental health workers who were working at McLean Hospital that took care of her while she was inpatient on the stand. You know, they should have subpoenaed them. That matters, how she was acting while she was on that unit. I think that's really big. They should have subpoenaed them. Wow, Nurse Gang. So we are waiting for court to resume. Wow. You know, Attorney Reddington had the option to not call any witnesses. And maybe he should have took that option. What do you guys think? Because all these witnesses make her look worse. Makes her look like a bigger liar. Makes it look like nobody in her life really wanted to deal with her. You know what I mean? Nobody really wanted to deal with her. Her sister and Sue Clancy looked like they did not want to be there. So her co-workers looked very happy to be there, right? They looked very happy to be trying to help her. But the people who are actually in her life really look like they don't want to be there. That's telling me personality disorder. That's what it's telling me. It's telling me the people who are the closest to you really don't. You got to remember, your coworkers are only seeing you for 8 to 12, maybe 16 hours, couple of days out the week. They don't really know you. People that really know her are up there, and they seem, outside of her mother, like they don't want nothing to do with her, you know. And you could tell from their texts and calls during the duration, they really weren't dealing with her like that. Now, I've heard La Posada come up in the chat a lot through the course of us being here and reporting on this case. I never heard of her. Like, who is La Posada? I never heard of her. And is she some national expert? Drop it in the chat. Wow. I don't know. Let's create a poll. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe. If you are new here, welcome. Drop your specialty, your nurse specialty, and where you're checking in from in the chat. When you guys see me looking down, I'm trying to create a poll. Listen, I have this whole studio set up, right? And I'm working this stuff because I'm a nurse. I'm not a tech junkie, but I have the producer tell me what to do. So I needed a second monitor so I don't have to look down so much. I got the second monitor, but we have to figure out how to set up the connection. So if you see me looking down, that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of trying to create the pose. But I have the second monitor, and pretty soon I'll be able to just look at the camera and not move or look down. It's a whole big setup behind me here with cameras and wires, and it's a lot going on in the front of me that you guys can't see. So pretty soon I'll have the second monitor set up, so I will be moving this way and I won't have to look down from the camera. Oh, I appreciate you guys rocking with me with my with my technical difficulties. You see the earbuds stopped working. I couldn't hear. I had to put on a headphone. I was scrambling around trying to find the headphones. Oh my God. So funny. You have to look away every once in a while so your eyes don't get strained, or you need the blue light glass. It's just a lot that goes with streaming. It's a whole setup. But we're working it out. We're working it out. Alrighty. Of course, and they're setting up for Dr. La Posada to come in. So we are waiting. Breaks. We are waiting. Boston in the house. Rhode Island. Whoop, whoop. We love Rhode Island. Pennsylvania, Connecticut in the house. Oh, Florida. Florida's my fave place in the world. My dad lives there. I visit often with the kids. I will be there next weekend, actually. Not this weekend, but next weekend for opening weekend, Halloween Horror Nights. I love Florida. I spend a few weeks a year there. If the healthcare was good, I would live there. I love Florida. Absolutely love it. Great place to raise kids. Everyone's happy. The sun is shining. Vitamin D is radiating. Everyone's nice. The air is fresh. You know, my 6-year-old has terrible eczema. I swear, as soon as we touch down in Florida, within 2 days, her eczema is cleared up. I don't know what it is. And as soon as we get back to Connecticut, it starts flaring up again. I don't know what it is about the Florida air, but it really clears our eczema up. Isn't that interesting? Jersey. I'm not a nurse, but from Connecticut. Welcome. Tanny Pro. Amanda, hi from Texas. Nurse Jessica, hi from Texas. I'm Sarah, retired 2 years ago, Parkland ER and congratulations on your retirement, Sarah. How's retirement life treating you? What are you doing with all that free time? Who else is here? Florida, Pennsylvania. Ada, CTICU from New York. Welcome, welcome. I hear a lot of people saying Karen Reed. Who is Karen Reed? Because the other guy testified in the Karen Reed trial too, right? The one from yesterday with the iPhone extraction specialist. Who was Karen Reed and what did she do? Esnika 71, Natik, west of Boston. Welcome, welcome. A nurse in Texas. Maryland, nursing student. Welcome, welcome. The football person. Nursing student. When do your classes start? Don't be missing class for the chat now. We need you to get that degree. Las Vegas. Listen, Las Vegas is on my bucket list. Miss Lady Butterfly. You're from Las Vegas. Welcome, welcome. Don't have to be a nurse. Thank you for being here. Neff RN says, so far, defense witnesses have come across as hostile towards CW and lack of basic memory of events. August 27th. So school starts back August 27th. Yes, Rebecca, we're on sidebar break. She was accused of running over her boyfriend and was acquitted. Oh, wait a minute. I think I do remember that. He was a cop, right? Was the boyfriend a cop? And she like dragged him or something, right? I think I kind of remember that vaguely. Shira from Cleveland, Ohio. RN, welcome. Forever Me 103. I shipped my kid off to college 8/27. Aww. Congratulations on that. And she was acquitted. What'd they say? She didn't know. Was Reddington her lawyer too? RN in Boston. Another nurse in Ohio, John O'Keefe. They are short taking their breaks, but they said that basically they're trying to get all the technical things for La Posada because she's going to be there via Zoom. This is a national trial. What are you doing coming via Zoom? They couldn't cover expenses, like you couldn't get out there. This is a national trial. I don't think you should be able to be testifying via Zoom. You should have to be there. This isn't this isn't pandemic times. Especially since Reddington made a big deal about Dr. Tuff seeing her on Zoom and that, he should have seen her in person. Well, we need to see La Posada in person. We need to see her body language and if she's moving her feet or hands, just like he said Dr. Tufts needed to do. So La Posada testified on behalf of the defense in Karen Reed's case, and Karen Reed ended up getting off. Interesting. Was Karen Reed a nurse? Is she a nurse? Or she just was his girlfriend? And the cop died, correct? And just went on with her life like nothing happened. Okay, we are waiting. these long breaks. Like they literally took like a 20-minute break. Our favorite judge and his breaks. Please hit the thumbs up. Please hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you're not already subscribed for more nurses in the news. Remember, I do nursing news, and this is why we're covering the Lindsay trial, because she's a nurse in the news. I've been covering Lindsay since the day she committed these crimes, so it was fitting to start my show on YouTube by covering her trial. And once she's done, we'll still be here covering nursing news. It looks like the next big nursing trial that might come up is going to probably be Nicole Linton. We'll see when she goes on trial. I can't believe they have us sitting there for all this time waiting. But we're learning patience with this judge. He's probably back there, feet kicked up, drinking his coffee. What was I going to do? Waiting for court to come back. Wow, he's probably like, let's just run it into our 11 a.m. break. We might as well just keep on going. Oh, I see the camera move. I think we got action. No, false alarm. We got action, nurse gang.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
We back.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with it.
I know, I'm not sure. I'm probably the wrong person to ask in regards to that.
We definitely have background noise. I can hear it in my headphones. It's crackling.
Hello.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, this is.
Have a nice day. Is anyone there?
Hold on, Doc.
It is crackling.
I'm not sure this is going to work at this point. So why don't we see if we can get somebody to address this?
You can see your leg.
We'll get it done. But
The doctor should have been at the trial.
FTR or somebody. So
I'm sorry.
why don't we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right. All right. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
There goes that side.
This is so inappropriate and unprofessional This is insane. The doctor should have been at the trial. The doctor should have been at the trial. And I mean, you guys got a stream going on that's going on nationally, and you can't figure out how to get somebody on Zoom. I mean, it's not that difficult. But the doctor should have been there. This is crazy. And the judge, I knew he took his opportunity. Oh, it ain't working? Oh, okay. Let's go on a break and we'll figure it out. Yeah, because it's close to 11 o'clock. And he's like, his breaks, he does not play about his work-life balance. 11 o'clock, he taking his break. 1 o'clock, he going to lunch. That's it. He taking an hour and a half lunch. Well, this episode of Nurses in the News is brought to you by Emerge Weight Loss, emergeweight.com. They provide GLP-1 maintenance for weight loss. They have the best rates on social media, I would say. They have the best rates on social media, the best telehealth company. They're now starting at $199 for your weight loss. If you're looking to start on a GLP-1 and get into weight loss, I have personally lost 44 pounds with Emerge Weight. Yes, this is the link, emergeweight.com. The link is in the description. Use code AprnBeauty. I believe the judge took another break on us. I think the prosecution is doing a good job. I think they're doing a good job. I feel like they're doing better with their rebuttals to his witnesses than they were kind of doing with their own witnesses, like actually getting their testimony, getting their questions off the ground seemed to be a problem. It took a long time for them to get to the point. I was very proud of Attorney Sprague. I think that's the one that wears the bow in her hair. I was proud of her today because she came with it against Lindsay Clancy, and I was like, okay, because usually takes her a while to get to the point. The one that sits in the other chair, I don't know her name, the first one, she's usually better, but Attorney Sprague was good today. I feel like they're doing better with, backing his witnesses into a corner. It seems like, they didn't come to play. And because at first I was like, these prosecutors, you're in here fighting for justice for these babies to help these professionals get off the hook. Let's go. They're doing just that. They're doing a better job. And Reddington is getting frustrated because he doesn't really have anything. There's not, I think he's, working with what he has, but Lindsay told too many lies and they just all got debunked. It fell apart from his opening statement to now. Everything he said fell apart. The real suicide attempts, the over medication, the asking for help and no one helped her, all that fell apart because none of it was true. We see that none of it was true. She had more help and resources than I've ever seen. She had a psychiatrist, a psych MP, and 2 therapists. And an abundance of referrals to inpatient programs, day programs, partial hospitalization programs. She had access to more resources. And McLean is supposed to be one of the best psychiatric hospitals in that state. That was debunked. The over medication, what he used in his chart in the beginning, all these meds laid out that were truly just from CVS Pharmacy and not the actual start and stop orders, that was all debunked. She was never over medicated and taking an abundance of medications at once. Never. So that was debunked too. So I don't know where else he has to go. Patrice, so where we are today is right now we're waiting for Dr. La Posada to come on Zoom. They're having some technical difficulties. Susan Clancy, she testified today and it just was not good for the defense. She came in as a witness for the defense, but her testimony shows that she really wasn't there helping Lindsay with those kids, and a bombshell was dropped on her on the stand. She found out that Lindsay told her therapist she didn't even want them watching her kids, that she wasn't close with them, so that bombshell was dropped on her. They also asked her why her friend, Julie Paul, wasn't in the lawsuit, She's suing all the providers except for Susan Clancy's friend, so that also came up today. So Susan should have never been on that stand. She elected to testify because the defense isn't hitting these people with subpoenas. They're testifying because they want to, and we know why she's testifying, because her son has a lawsuit. Do we think, as of where we stand right now and what we heard, do we think that, I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the malpractice, the civil suit, do we think that it's going to go through, that they're actually going to win this suit for malpractice against Dr. Gelada and Jennifer Tufts? Dr. Jennifer Tufts and MP Nurse Gelada. I don't know Gelada's first name. I don't remember, but do we think that they're going to win this case? I can't foresee how they could possibly say malpractice. There was no malpractice in there. There was no over medication. They went on basically what she was telling them. She never told them she was homicidal. In the lawsuit, Lindsay actually blames them for severe emotional distress and blames those 2 providers for taking out her kids and losing time with her husband. Putting those kids' death on Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada. Isn't that terrible? And loss of time with my husband. It'll be another jury deciding the civil suit. And for what they are suing for, because we're talking about, like, you know, deaths. But imagine killing someone, killing your own children, and trying to sue doctors and blame them. That's insanity. And they're going to want millions of dollars. Millions, multi-millions. Multi-millions. And more than malpractice will cover. So essentially, if they were to win a lawsuit against these providers, it'll probably ruin their lives because they would want their money. They'll be going after their assets. It will ruin their lives if they win, right? Because we're talking about, this isn't little small claims. We're talking about judgments that could be $40, $50 million because of loss of life. Now, how are you going to pay that? They'll start coming trying to take your house, you know, any assets you have, any stocks, anything that they can take. That's scary. That's a scary spot to be in, especially when you were manipulated and lied to and did everything you could. Only part I wish these providers would have did is each one of them had an out. Once Tufts realized she was going to Gelada, she should have cut off care or got the records. Once Gelada realized she came from Tufts, and she should have got the records first, saw what Tufts ordered and what she was doing. They did not, the continuity of care, they didn't see what this woman was, so they just trusted her, and it backfired terribly. So, and this case is going to, and already has, I'm certain, it's going to affect access to mental health resources. It's going to have so much of a domino effect, right? Providers are not going to want to see patients on telehealth. That's going to be a problem. So what's that going to cause? Less available appointments, because you can't see everyone in the office. People can't, less available appointments, more patients. My meds are not refilled. I didn't get into my psychiatrist. And where do you think they're going? To the emergency room in an already overburdened system. All right, we got action, Nurse Gang.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the letter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, so I think probably it makes more sense to address the whatever the technological issues were on the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period, and then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condi?
Yes, Donald Condi, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And I know that we had talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condi. Do the parties see the need for the doctor testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we could.
I don't know what the objection is, so.
Yeah.
So the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation in a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense hasn't put it. This is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're going to call Dr. Condi for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear, especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and we're obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge, and I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor, who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Gelada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine.
No one diagnosed her with postpartum psychosis, though.
The intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
It's now been deleted because the objective removed. Yep.
All right, so over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
He telling him, is the man sitting right there in court, listening to what he's supposed to not say and supposed to say? I don't know. No one diagnosed her with postpartum psychosis, though. No one saw any psychosis. So how can an expert come in and say, yeah, she had psychosis? It's not making any sense. This woman wasn't psychotic.
All right. So with that, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Good. God bless you.
All right, please, your entering.
Your Honor, could we approach while they're coming in?
Sure, yeah. Counsel.
Just look at her, looking like a devil.
And basically, the real problem is a technological issue. It was going to be a Zoom call. There's been some problems. We're going to try and work on that. So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right? So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Clancy?
The doctor with a little folder. Ready to go. Okay.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give is the truth and the whole truth, not having between the Commonwealth
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condie, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, then went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83, and that was a Harvard-affiliated internship, and then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years. Then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship, also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Sorry, sir. That's different from
Doctor,
postpartum
how many
psychosis.
years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed
treating people
physician
who
in
are already
Massachusetts
psychotic.
since 1983.
So what's that, 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We don't have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. During the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if, as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Come on. Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
He doesn't have the expertise they need.
Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Ms. Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records. And I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse and her family, her 3 children and her husband that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up.
I feel you, Doc. I feel you.
So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records, my understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she
12
began to
midnight
experience,
to 12 a.m.
as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan,
So she worked a 24-hour shift.
Would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done. during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking the 25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Looking at your report, look at your affidavit if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but...
well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you. Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself. That her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso, though, right?
She did not. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay.
She didn't do a lot of things.
What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better, as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping.
She was never put
but
on
also
Benadryl.
was
She
worried
was
that
taking
night
that on her
because,
own. Get off the stand, sir.
Her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she
This
relate
man
to Dr. Tufts?
is not an expert
According to
in
your review of the
postpartum
medical records?
psychosis. He treated some pregnant women in a
Well, she
home
talked
that were
about things like
psychotic.
dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all.
Lindsay never took the Zoloft,
but,
sir, and Benadryl wasn't ordered by Dr.
And I
Tufts.
think she used the term brain fog at times.
She took 7 pills.
These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
These witnesses halfway through
She
realized
started
they didn't want to be a part of this.
treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe, that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation
I don't remember hearing that.
It can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are
He's
the other
leading him.
symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something.
Okay.
They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing, is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
I see where he's going.
And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as
who?
the time went by that she, in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react?
No one ever said about her hearing voices.
Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes,
To the doctors.
yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada.
She
Is that
never
right?
told them she was
Nurse
hearing voices. Gelada or
Sure.
Tufts.
Nurse
Ever.
practitioner Gelada. Do you recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times.
They
and
never ordered
there was some
Benadryl for
talk
her.
about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
That was Dr. Tufts, and she
How
never
about
took it.
Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite.
He just lied on Dr.
That was
Tufts.
another.
The answer was
Gelada
yes, she was
understand.
prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an
They
antidepressant?
never prescribed
It
Benadryl
is.
for her.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenergic system as well.
The what?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline
Look at the
is
judge.
a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
Now you said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names, but
Okay.
yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word, what does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
Sir, she wasn't on any more
It's
SSRIs.
a little complicated to
She
explain,
barely
but
took the
serotonin-
Zoloft.
Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. the brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over
Lindsay
to the next
was prescribed
nerve in line
Zoloft first.
where there's a receptor.
She took 9 pills.
Serotonin
She was never
does
on
that
a
in the synaptic
SSRI.
cleft. But it's also
She wasn't.
taken back up by the nerve that
Please.
secreted it so it's reuptake.
She didn't have enough of that in her system.
So a selective serotonin
We're past the SSRI.
reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake
When a woman
inhibitor
is
does.
pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been
Her
at
baby was
quite a
8
few
months
deliveries,
old.
yes.
She didn't just have a baby.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized, and that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. If they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen
Excuse me, did you say males or mammals?
Mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask, when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth, all of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience and your education and your research on women
Callan
that
was 8 months
have a
old.
baby?
What are we
effect does that
talking
have?
about, mammals? And
Well, many women experience postpartum blues. It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people, and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and/or leading to postpartum psychosis.
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
What tests?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss.
Dr. Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Checking hemoglobin
Dr. Tufts is a psychiatrist.
levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by
Absolutely not in psychiatry. Get this
delivery
man
of
off
the
the
baby.
stand. He's a
And
joke.
some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when
Psychiatrists don't draw
a competent
bloods for
psychiatrist
thyroids.
is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They
Her
would
primary
do
care physician would
most
be doing
commonly
that,
two different
not a
kinds
psychiatrist.
of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for
This man
actually
is a
go
joke
down.
to
So
psychiatry.
thyroid stimulating
I've
hormone
never
is
seen
telling
anything
the
like
body,
it.
make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
This
Did
is setting
Tufts
a bad
ever
precedent.
check
We're
the
not drawing
thyroid
bloods in
levels of
psychiatry
Lindsay
unless we're
Clancy
checking
at all
levels.
during her treatment?
No, she did not.
How would that have
Do they
diagnosed
test
Lindsay with
any of
postpartum
those things?
psychosis if she did draw a thyroid level?
No, Nurse Gelada did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum
First time I'm getting mad.
postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM?
Five
Guy
TR.
cannot be a top psychiatrist.
Physical Manual and Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning text revision.
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
You're talking about mammals and
And what does that
prolactin. You need an OBGYN on the stand. This has nothing to do
What
with
is bipolar disorder? What
psychosis.
does that mean?
They're all over the
Bipolar
place.
is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have,
They're up?
you're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel
Get this
it.
man off the stand.
So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations.
She wasn't manic.
Like I said, that you are destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
The judge knows this is bad.
Excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature.
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of records,
He's leading this man
references
so
to
bad.
exercise. And exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor like, or a nurse practitioner like Gillotta, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That doesn't.
First gang, don't exercise. You might get diagnosed.
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct.
Oh my God!
During the month of December, in your review of the records,
She
did you
ran a
agree
5K
that
on the day
symptoms
she
that
delivered?
had related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite hear.
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then
Into
she
a
went somewhere
skit. Oh my
voluntarily
God, it looked like
in December?
a Dave Chappelle skit.
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And,
She ran a 5K
did
on the
you,
day she
in the
delivered.
record see that, in fact, she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good
this is
candidate
absolutely
for their
ridiculous.
program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman
This
is
is
in
crazy.
postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Gillotta. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean. But she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean
Hospital, and that would be
McLean Hospital.
That would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating, as a psychiatrist, a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer.
Gelada
but
shouldn't
I
have threw that
believe
in
that
the
she
air.
then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is
No, that's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the two words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms, or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Do you recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts in January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now,
She was documenting slept well in her journal.
in reference to the DSM,
She was?
out of that revision, and you agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other
Yes.
information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
Right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
All right. Como?
Let's go, Attorney Sprague.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae
Yes.
is you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the Massachusetts, Mental Health Center, you worked with the postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you've revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
but I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent at least.
No.
But yes,
Sir.
they can also prescribe medication.
They mainly prescribe and diagnose. Stop.
Through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about
They don't draw
Zulresso.
levels for Zoloft.
You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts
clear that
that
up.
she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay. And you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
It can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days, but it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November, from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also reference in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly, and I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay. Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program, and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how Letitia Dukes, a social worker, or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription, or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice, would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Civil lawsuit down the drain.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
No, you have to tell them you have plans on killing your kids.
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
Overrule.
It would
She
be
wasn't on
considered
an
something to be done
SSRI for 7
cautiously
days.
and
She took
usually
it.
with
And
a
then the
mood
diagnosis was
stabilizer,
months later.
begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
She wasn't manic.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with the providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further?
Okay, good.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
And if they don't get this Dr. Seuss off the stand, man, what are we even seeing here?
Could I see a sidebar again, scheduling?
Guilty. 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 Providers, not negligent. No malpractice. This was absolutely a joke. This is who Patrick hired to look over records, and he got his records. He got the details of his case from a report in the New Yorker. He didn't even actually have the draw a blood test for Zoloft level after 7 days of taking it and said she wasn't taking it no more. This man was a joke. Wow. I can't believe the defense's witnesses have made it worse for Lindsay. They've made it worse.
All right. So, members of the jury, what we're going to do is we're going to break at this point till 2 o'clock. All right? And much of the next longer break will be trying to resolve the technology issue that we had. And so, if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So, so we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So, with my skills and technology, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So, we'll in recess till 2 o'clock. We'll come back in for the next witness. Okay. Thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
Lindsay, she knows it. She knows that's all she wrote. It seems like he couldn't get any experts.
We'll come back at 2. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock, and we have one of 2 different witnesses, depending on how things work out over the break.
Yep, we can
Okay.
go all day. No problem.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am sticking with my opinion on this case that this was planned and calculated and that the providers were just pawns in her game, in her web of deceit. Everyone in her family was pawns of her web of deceit. The defense has no one to call. Every witness they have put on the stand have made it 10 times harder for Lindsay Clancy and is making it clear that these providers were not negligent and that Lindsay was not psychotic. There's no blood work, okay? There's no, if your thyroid levels are getting checked, your primary physical, your PCP would be catching that, okay? Psychiatrists are not drawing bloods first appointment looking at your thyroid levels, okay? Psychiatrists and psych providers are not checking levels for Zoloft. For a med, you said you didn't want to take it, only took for 7 days. What are we even talking about here with blood work? There's no blood work and nothing negligent that Dr. Tufts did. There is no blood work. Like, let's get that clear. She's not drawing any blood work. Okay? Lindsay wasn't on anything to get levels checked. There's no bloods with this depression. And they keep going with this thyroid, or if her thyroid was low, maybe she was depressed, prolactin. I mean, just getting all over the place. Lindsay was 8 months postpartum. Those providers didn't do anything wrong. They did nothing wrong. They were not negligent. You know, even him sitting up here trying to tear up Dr. Tufts' documentations, EHR. There's a lot of check boxes in EHR. This isn't something that just Dr. Tufts does, and it's not standard across the whole healthcare spectrum. It's check boxes. Even before we had EHR, we were checking boxes. Okay, we were checking boxes. So this is just the way it is. It's EHR now. This woman was not psychotic. She never once told anybody she was hearing voices. And the fact that he tried to put that in there, like she said that to Dr. Tufts, it never happened. It never happened. So we are on a break, Nurse Gang. Chat will be open. We will be back at 2 o'clock, but the chat is on. And let's see where we go with this. I think the prosecution is doing an amazing job tearing these witnesses apart. Tearing them apart. This has been a bad day for Reddington, and he looks like, I'm getting my butt kicked. You could see it all over his face. You could see it all over his face. All right, we will be back for 2 o'clock. Chat is open. We are here. Get some lunch. We'll be back. Nurse gang, welcome, welcome. We are back, headed into court.
All right. Counsel, we all set?
Yes.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. They didn't have the faith in us.
We are back. We are back. The defense is absolutely getting hammered today, and they have been since they've started putting on their case. Looks like Dr. La Posada is coming in. Let's see what they do with her. Because right now, they need a lifeline. There is nothing here. Patrick has Dr. Condi as his expert for his civil suit. And all he did was read the New Yorker.
All right, please, your entering.
Doesn't look like you're getting that money. Uh-oh, he told her to cry. Is she about to do her is she about to do her shindig now? She got the glasses on now. The hair is to the front. Let's see if she, you know how she does.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right,
Thank you,
Madam
beautifully,
Clerk.
Paige. Thank you.
Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. Thanks for your
Here we
patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Rankin.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. La Posada, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth La Posada, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes. In 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a City of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Okay.
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way: Did you look at police?
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
I like that red gets to the
For
point.
Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay. No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes, I looked
Yeah,
at
Doc, he don't do all that.
South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory Toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
I'm glad Red cut to the chase there.
Records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital. where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And, Your Honor, could I, we all know what it is. Could I argue this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
Just the prior
Other than-
questions.
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. Then the attorney can pass out copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit.
I'm curious to what they're about to show.
Follow along with the testimony. At the end, you can ask to pass it back to the court officer. Mark that.
281.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay. Three of the children?
Yes.
One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Spring,
were...
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing with that, then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the
Told you guys she was going to cry, right?
Bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising.
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would be, appear to be on occasion, fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and there would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, Doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and
Are they
Women's
trying to say
Hospital.
she was
Is that
abusing
correct?
her kids before she
Yes,
killed
that's
them?
correct.
And you don't have to get into detail, we've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck, is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound, is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And they did, those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
Just so I think that's the first page that you have, so just...
yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yes. So what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph.
Does she expect us to believe Lindsay jumped out head first, landed on her neck, and is paralyzed from only the waist down?
As her body descends that 13 or 14 feet.
And alive?
And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit.
But she didn't have a head injury.
And what she got from that is what we call
Remember,
a
they did several
characteristic
CT scans. No head
burst
injury.
fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head on, like if they
12
take a
feet
dive
on
into
your
a
head.
swimming pool and they hit their head
And
on
your
the
neck
bottom.
isn't broke.
It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that, and then like a donut.
She
it
managed to
kind of
do all
spreads
that,
it
but
out.
no
And she had
brain bleeding or
1, 2,
nothing.
3, 4, 5, 6,
CT was
7
negative.
fractures
Come
of
on,
that
man.
cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me
Lindsay would have had a head
immediately that
injury.
she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine, and that then fractured and compressed C1, the lower right-hand panel there, puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1.
I told y'all she was
pointed
gonna
out
start
there,
crying.
the little
She knows she's losing.
springs there to indicate they
She's
were
too predictable.
squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy
Negative
from
CT scan,
the
though.
impact is
No brain
transmitted
bleed, nothing?
down her vertebral.
And you fell, you jumped out
And
head
what
first
that
12
did
feet
was it
and landed on
crushed a
your
number of
skull?
her thoracic
Lady,
vertebrae or
who do you
vertebrae in the
expect to
chest
believe this?
area, and actually made thoracic
Patients fall out the bed and
vertebral
end up with a
body,
brain bleed from the bed to the
T5,
floor. You expect us to
go
believe she dived out?
decompressed
Come on.
and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the
Now, I'm no
right-hand
ortho
panel
nurse, but
there,
I'm not buying this.
The yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord
Yeah, because she
injury.
landed on those feet.
There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse
Lindsay would have went out head first. She would have broke her neck and
of
died.
the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground.
Debating how she
And
landed
that
to
caused
show
a
that she
fracture of
was
the
psychotic and
right
truly tried to kill
first
herself.
rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body as documented in all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s, so she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground.
This explains the body temp to all the Patrick Did It warriors.
Thoracic chest spine is fractured. That has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I had, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level.
This is what we've been saying to all you Patrick Did It warriors that are coming with the body temp.
Heat to the
fracture and her being out in the cold.
Thank you very much, doctor.
Not, she was out there for 5 hours because he committed the crime hours prior. I'm glad this stuff is getting cleared up.
Dr. Lakasada,
yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have a safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay. But she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not. She did not have a skull fracture.
Right. She didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head, and then within her head, there was no brain bleed, there was no hemorrhaging, there was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No,
yes.
And let me show you, I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs
okay, go
here.
ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show them. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
I mean, whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here a photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
Cuts, no swelling, correct?
We just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head.
Yes.
And
I'm
you're
sure
saying that
there was
she-
excuse me, I'm
It was a
sure
yes
there
or no
was some
question,
video-
Doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want, Ms.
Thank
Sprague, if you
you.
want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
She lost all her credibility. She lost all her credibility. It's impossible, Doc, not even to have a
Just showing
scratch.
into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1,682.
Start crying, Lindsay. You going to prison.
Doctor, in your report
Not the
that you
hospital.
provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, she started manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was...
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right,
Defense can follow up.
hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you,
I'm
Doctor,
sorry.
wait for a question.
You were also asked in that same trial, Doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion, and you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure if you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur, and you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
Yeah, I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all three. You said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
No, yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around. They went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure. With continuous pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation.
I told you guys Lindsay was gonna.
Somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So then
Doctor, you've lost all your credibility.
Pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia.
God, you're going on and on.
Wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off. There's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen, absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack
They're
of
talking
oxygen
about
to the
manual
brain,
strangulation
but
to
the way
basically
they get there,
take a shot at
leading
this
up
doctor's
to that
credibility
is a
because
totally
she changes her
different
statements based
pathophysiologic
on
process.
different
So
cases.
when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you.
Sprague.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression.
The kids would have took
veins, staying there.
She stood there and strangled those kids. Stop this now.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or a knot would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times.
Wow. This woman,
Yeah,
how could anyone pay this woman to testify?
Of the skin on the neck.
Let's go. Let's go, prosecutor. This is ridiculous. She mad too. Oh my God.
So you, the band, doctor, wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Can I see you just for a second?
She tore. We got to get this prosecutor's name. I know Sprague. Is this one Spinarelli? I don't know. She ripped this incompetent doctor a new one. Because you testified in a murder trial based on speculation and things that make absolutely
Equipment
no
down. It took
sense.
us hours to get it up. Hopefully it'll take us about 5 minutes to take it down. I'm just going to ask you a very quick break, and we'll bring it right back in. We'll call the next witness. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Next thing. Jared, leave everything right on the chair.
This doctor, I can't foresee anyone else ever using this doctor again. Cry on, Lindsay, because you've been caught, ma'am.
So we'll be in, I know we always say it, but we'll be in a short recess. Come soon as we can get the equipment down. We'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Goodbye.
The prosecutor laughing. She is on fire today. This was a good day, and so was yesterday for the prosecution. They say Attorney Reddington is one of the best, and in the beginning it was looking this way, but I'm not sure he thought this through. When you are talking about medicine and, anything with healthcare and getting healthcare professionals involved, it's going to take a lot more than just your basic overall law, because there were so many areas where he messed up. These doctors that he got on the stand actually do not know what they are talking about and just made up these fairy tales. The other doctor before her was a disgrace. Had nothing about postpartum or treating any postpartum women or any the area of postpartum psychosis on his resume, just child and adolescent. What are you doing up there trying to furthermore bash Dr. Tufts? You have no idea what you're talking about. About the charting, trying to rip her up because of that. Talking about Zoloft labs, just absolutely ridiculous. And now this doctor wants people to believe that this woman jumped out of a window head first and didn't have not one scratch, negative CT scan. Are you serious? Not one scratch, because she landed on those feet and broke her spine. Wow. Then this doctor's like, yeah, I'm sure she tied it. Yeah, I'm sure the way it was. Yeah, I looked at it, I'm sure. I'm sure. She's like, are you sure? She used the testimony from prior cases to basically show this doctor says whatever. She goes with the wind of the case. Like, they say, we need you to say this. And she says, okay, I got a defense and I can say that. Even when the evidence isn't there to back it up, you can have all the diagrams you want. Nobody's jumping head first 13 feet and living to talk about it. Lindsay's neck would have been broke. She landed the wrong way on those feet, or she landed like this, probably like this, and cracked. Yeah, this is looking like if they say Kevin Reddington is one of the best, this right here, he shouldn't have took this on. This can't be good for his reputation. This is terrible. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I agree. The only thing the providers did wrong was not consulting with each other and getting records. Negligent, they were not. Negligent, they were not, right? We can all, do something like that. It was an administrative issue, but negligent, they were not. They weren't over-medicating her. They weren't not listening to her cries. It didn't happen. Lindsay jumping out the window head first, didn't happen. Her being over-medicated, didn't happen. Everything he said, in his opening statement to back up his side, all fell apart. None of it happened. Wow. Wow. I am shocked that anybody would who would pay and put this woman back on the stand for their case after this today? She looked totally incompetent, like she just got up there and made up anything. That, we're talking about 3 kids that were strangled to death. Oh, she tied a little knot and it just stayed there. No, the prosecution wanted people to see, and those exercise bands are not even that long, right? They're not even that long. They're not even that long. She wants to see that Lindsay was like, you know what I mean? That's what the prosecution wants people to know and to see how heinous this was. She didn't just do a little bit and then say, okay, that she was like, you know what I mean? In 5 to 10 minutes, that shocked me. That is a long time to watch the life slip away from your babies. And the fact that this woman has a whole fan base, 5 to 10 minutes, so it probably maybe took her 15 minutes to do it. Oh no. And she has her own practice and probably gets, who knows, maybe 100,000 a case. Who knows how much she probably gets. She has a lot of education and has been doing this a long time. I would assume that she would, command a large rate. But who would pay it after all the inconsistencies in her? When you're going to get an expert for something, you need to be checking all their past testimonies, because this was terrible. This was really bad. This was really bad. I knew Lindsay was going to put the waterworks on. She was crying already before they started talking about the murders. When she came out with her hair to the front, I said, why she start crying? Those glasses on and hair to the front, she getting ready to put the waterworks on because she knows that this was a bad day. She knows that they lose in this trial. He knows. That's why he tried to get it dismissed yesterday. And the judge was like, Every witness he's put, I'm sorry, but his witnesses were worse for his case than the witnesses that was on the prosecution side. I feel like his witnesses were more damaging to the case than anything, to the civil suit and to this criminal trial. Yeah, the judge gave a lot of leeway with La Posada because when the prosecution was asking questions to their witnesses, he definitely was strict on the yes or no. Because Reddington was like, no, she's leading. He was like, just yes or no. La Posada still, after he told her yes or no, she still was going on and on and on trying to explain, lady, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. You expect us to believe somebody 13 feet? 13 feet. Are we serious? That's like 2 LeBron James stacked up. 13 feet? Head first? Not even a scratch on your forehead? Not even, I'm sure she had, you said that with certainty? In a national criminal trial, you're sure that she had some scrapes or bruise? Oh, I'm sure of it. She showed her head. You're sure of it. Oh, I'm sure it was inside of her hair, but nothing on the CT scan. Lady, you expect us to believe this? We're back. We got action.
Versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
to jump up again.
Let's see who is next.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zysel, please.
Dr. Zysel.
What happened is we saw this sort of testimony in the relationship that the amateur and then not having between the Commonwealth and the defendant. She'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zysel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, a Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5-TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease, a defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multiphasic personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Why can't the judge just on demand be a judge? Why you always got to go to the side and talk about this or that? He can't make any decisions without, hold on, let me talk to you for, just, she said objection, either sustained or overruled. I don't understand. He done with his testimony for the day. He ready to get to his breaks. Wow. Unless he has some smoking gun, like he said, in the tank, I don't know. Dr. Zeisel already crossed some boundaries with Lindsay, so I'm side-eyeing him. Very inappropriate for him to give her his cell phone while she was in custody in the hospital, and for him to call Patrick after she just murdered their children. That was inappropriate. And he closed the door and did it behind the officers, the state troopers' back. Yeah, he's the phone guy. He's the phone guy. So he's the one that started her with the you were hearing voices business. This is the one the prosecution was talking about in her open, she never heard voices until this guy came in the room and put that in her head. Yeah, this judge, I don't know, maybe the judge is nervous because it's a national case and he's on TV, like he don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't know what it is, but he can't really make decisions. He always has to go to the side. I don't know, but I just never, like, this looks just as bad as not making your decision, you know, immediately. This constant breaks and secrecy is just like, it's no good. It's no good. You want it, you know, he agreed to having the cameras in his courtroom and having it public. He could have had it, no cameras and not public. Attorney Reddington got cooked today. He got nothing. He's got all his witnesses. It's like he almost arguing with all his witnesses. Like, he's like, but doesn't this do, like, it's like he's almost like, do you remember what we rehearsed? What are you talking about? I'm not talking about workers' comp. I'm talking about murder. What are you talking about? We're back.
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results of and the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that...
Objection.
Just the doctor, do your opinion, doctor.
She was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And
she lied to her
your
providers?
career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to
Zoloft?
be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces, that would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, TIC, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them, and when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies.
Get to the Lindsay
dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small bases, and the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic.
He's been going for like 7 minutes.
Therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
This ain't a war zone.
At some point, did I ask you to
mom versus kids
involved to some degree in this case back then?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Ms. Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon,
What day?
February 4th.
So this would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days.
later, right?
Yes,
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
that's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes,
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
She was a prisoner.
So they're not little soft little things
Nothing
that
wrong
tie
with
their
that.
hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appeared to be metal
Because
handcuffs
she
that
was
police officers,
a prisoner.
perhaps officers in this court,
That's
use
common.
for detaining people and arresting people.
So-
They were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes,
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
she was not.
So she was able to speak.
Yes,
Was she able to move obviously she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
she could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
Because she was a prisoner.
So
She had just committed a triple murder.
Conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room.
Because she was a
with
prisoner,
nurse
and that's
sitting in the
common.
corner
She was
of
in
her room.
custody. This
When
is
you
common
went
in
to
hospitals.
see her on that date,
With
was it
prisoners.
your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
Doc, you crossed
And
boundaries.
tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
He called him
She still
twice.
came to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, Doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
She was in custody for
As
killing
time
her
went
children.
by,
You are out of
Did I
line.
then, oh, by the way,
You should be in trouble.
You've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And
This
we
is
socialized
unacceptable.
together?
Yes.
So we're friends.
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Duxbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with
February.
2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then, and that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June, and I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. Oh, Vince.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Treated very well. She killed 3 children. What are we talking about?
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
All right. Can I see counsel here?
I'll withdraw it.
All right, so that answer, Ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken. Okay?
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her, to evaluate her, in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation
He's
for
inappropriate.
a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to
I'm certain
be
that's
able
what
to
the
go forward with
psychiatrist
court proceedings.
at Tewksbury
Is
Hospital
there
did.
an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's, and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach. Please.
Can I see counsel?
Wow. The psychologist has crossed so many boundaries and is highly inappropriate. Highly inappropriate. And let's be clear, when you're in a state, as a nurse who worked in a forensics, if you're in a state forensic hospital, they have their own psychologists and their own psychiatrists who treat you, who take notes, who are your primary providers while in that hospital. Not everybody has a high-paying lawyer and a private psychologist coming in to see them. He's prepping Lindsay. He's going to see her to prep her for a trial, period. Not to check on the mental health of her, because he can't prescribe meds. He can't give her therapy. He can't do anything in there. You can't be in there. Those visits are most likely not even that long. He's in there solely to prep her for this trial and to keep her up to date with the trial, et cetera, et cetera. He is not in there because the hospitals already have their own providers. Her calling Patrick not once but twice is highly inappropriate. Highly inappropriate. Wow. How is he doing? How am I doing? You killed our kids. What do you mean, how am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. How you doing in there? Everything's okay. What are we even talking about here? This coddling and this is ridiculous. The woman killed her children. Reddington, you have nothing. These experts are all unprofessional. And see, you can have all that they have all that education backed up, but La Posada embarrassed herself on the stand today, and he's showing that he crossed boundaries with patients. If you're coming in solely as an expert, I could see you talking to her a few times, doing your assessment, but 45 times showing up at the court, doing all this, I'm like, oh, this is gut-wrenching, this is hard. Whoa, yeah, she killed her children. It's hard for the people she victimized. What are we talking about? I agree. Today really fits the bill for bombshell testimony. Like, today is what we would definitely call bombshell, because now more than I've kept my stance that Lindsay planned this all out and she had a personality disorder and wasn't psychotic. But today, more than ever, it's solid that everything Attorney Reddington has tried to put up for a defense has just blown up. There is nothing there. There's no over-medication there. There's no hearing voices there. There's no jumping out the window head first there. None of it is true. None of it is true. There's no, she tried to get help and no one was there. No. Finding out today that women and infants never said she was over-medicated, that's what her and Patrick told them, has my mind absolutely blown. This is why you didn't get admitted. So we're really going to sit here and say this is it planned out to the T? This woman knew what to say. She probably asked them the questions about, what's the criteria?
So, Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Duxbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, etc.?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times,
And
to
did she see
other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under,
didn't know
not
the
an
woman.
easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school, prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI?
There's probably
when she was in
100,000
nursing
nursing
school?
students on the
Yes.
SSRI.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
That's warranted.
When she
For
saw
nursing
Dr.
school.
Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially, is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And
Yes.
how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports
She didn't take the
from
Zoloft.
Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How
She
about
didn't-
sleeping?
she didn't
Did
go
you
up
have any
on Zoloft.
complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued
Remember,
to
guys,
seek
she only took
help
7
from
pills.
medical
She never
healthcare
increased it to the
providers?
50.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
She saw, I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal
He's leading
Health.
him.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore perinatal?
Yes.
When At some point, did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or.
So she was transferred.
She was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of
said
time,
she
she was
left and moved back to
transferred.
New Hampshire.
Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers?
She had
at
about
that
20
point, whether it
appointments
be
with
Tufts
Gelada.
Or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb.
Are we seeing the
She
inconsistencies in this?
experienced
Testimony?
disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back
judge
at
is
your
on the golf
life
course in
and you
his mind
say,
right now.
something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors were looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Couldn't bathe.
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Couldn't get out
Did
of
she
bed, but
then
was
seek
exercising like a
additional
maniac.
help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not
But
helping.
she didn't tell him she had thoughts of
They were not
hurting her
helping
kids.
her.
though. She left that part out.
As that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing
I
herself.
mean, the answer
And
is
did
yes.
she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants
She didn't
program
commit
in
suicide.
Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help
She
from
told them
healthcare
she was overly
providers?
medicated.
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts and dark thoughts?
She
things
never
that
said she was going to kill her children.
October, November, December.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt
She
that
never
people
said that to the
could
provider.
actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers
They're
could
going to tear
hear
him
them.
apart.
Sometimes.
She expressed at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the Little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody.
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a
She
very
never told McLean that.
negative interpretation for the
trouble
person believing that,
cross.
feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are
This is
different
the
types
first
of
time in this whole
hallucinations.
trial we're hearing
80%
any
of people with
medical provider
psychoses
say
hear
anything
voices.
about her wanting
There
to
are
kill
different
her
types of
children.
voices that
She
one
never
can hear.
said that.
Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them,
25 words turns into 3
ordering them
paragraphs.
to do something
25 to 1,000
horrible,
words.
and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices, they could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, how are you? I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Rankin, it's 4 o'clock. Is this a good time to?
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. And I'm just going to remind
loves to say
everybody
unicorn and
the
drool
same
it.
instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it. Don't listen to anything. And keep an open mind. Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
There's gang. So here we are. Day 15 has wrapped up in the Lindsay Clancy trial. The defense is putting on a case, but there are a lot of inconsistencies and, incompetence showing in their expert witnesses. And their character witnesses are being ravished. Lindsay was never on he's going with the SSRI. She was only on that Zoloft. She took 7 pills. So she said. That's all that was missing from the bottle was 7 pills. The order was 25 for 1 week and then up to 50. Then increased to 50. She never got to the 50. So that's no good. She did not tell no provider that took the stand said they ever heard her saying she was going to kill her children. That's why Kevin dropped the bombshell yesterday with the mom. And he said, she told you something very scary. What did she say? Thoughts of harming the children. This man gets on the stand and said Lindsay told McLean she was going to kill her kids. It never happened. No one ever said that. It never happened. They're going to rip him up on the stand because this is all hypothetical. He wasn't there for any of it. He's speaking to how her state of mind was in the summertime before she had the kid. He didn't know this woman until after she killed her children. He really can't speak to any of that. He wasn't there. He needs to be saying, with all the cases I've reviewed, this is what usually happens. Not, oh, she felt like this, in September, she felt like that. You weren't there, sir. You can only talk about from February 4th to now. You were not there. You have to use hypothetical or based on what I've seen in practice, based on my years of experience. These expert witnesses are a joke. We are back here tomorrow. Today was a lot. I think today was actually one of the worst days for the defense. With all the evidence we've seen from the prosecution, his own witnesses and experts made it bad days for him. It's going down the drain. He's doing all he can, but it's like pulling at straws. I'm still going to say this is going to be guilty. This is not going to be a not guilty by reason of insanity. She had all the help, all the resources. She lied. They're making up things. They're talking about blood. All this stuff that they're talking about makes no sense. The facts are she was going to see providers. She was getting the help she needed. She wasn't complying with meds. She wasn't trying to take no meds because Lindsay was planning on killing her kids the whole time. I believe she has a personality disorder. Everybody outside of her mother and her co-workers who come and speak that knew her personally don't even want to look at her. Her sister didn't look like, oh, we're close. She wasn't looking bubbly. Patrick's mother wasn't looking bubbly. These are people that really know her. Patrick's mother gets on the stand and say, we were always with the kids. We hung out. Lindsay gets on the stand and say, I ain't close with them. They was never watching my children. She tells her, her mental health provider that. So that gets dropped on Patrick's mom's lap today because she's like, I didn't know that. You could tell she didn't want to be there. She's there for her son. Today was a lot. And I think the defense knows that this is over. This is over. They've been disproven. The wrapping around of the bands and all, it just, shame on Dr. La Posada saying all she did was tie a little knot and downplaying what those kids went through in their last moments of life. She should be ashamed of herself. It wasn't just no little knot and leave it there because they were unconscious and then it killed them without any extra pressure to it. You wrapped it around, pulled a little bit, they went unconscious, and then you let it go and they still died from it. Like, Doc, I just think it's terrible. But we will be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. The chat opens, and we're certain that our favorite judge is going to be late tomorrow. And we'll probably start like 9:15. But the chat will be open. Thank you for watching Nurses at